Hello. So this is a video game. This is a puzzle game called A equals B. It's a one instruction Esolang is what it's saying. So this is a video game around learning this particular programming language, and well, I haven't actually tried it, but it looks like one of those Zachtronics types of games where you have to just where you get a bunch of instructions and you have to use that this one given language to solve them. And well, I've done all of, well, maybe everything except a couple of Zachtronics games. So I'm pretty used to these types of games. Hey man, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just trying out this game from Steam. A friend of mine recommended this to me. So I'm just gonna try and see how fast I can get 100% on it. Mm, yeah, yeah, same here. So, so the thing that I noticed is there's no in-game music. Let's see if I'm just gonna dive into it, and if we need any music, I'll just get some, right? So we have A equals B, we have minigame, sandbox, level editor, custom levels, blah blah blah. I think I'm just gonna get right into it. It also says trial version. I'm not sure what this is all about. I'm pretty sure I got the full version. Let me make sure. Let me quickly make sure that I didn't. Oops. Let me make sure I got the correct version. I think I got the correct version. All right. Let's wait. I think I want to. You can see the cursor now. All right. Click A equals B. Let's get started. We have compiler principal course project late submission. We have a bunch of things to click on. Let's see. To Professor. Hello, Professor. I'm a student in your compiler principal class. Sorry I missed the deadline for class project submission. The reason is, according to the class project document, a student may choose not to use the given framework and implement a compiler on their own. Then I decided to take a further step, create a compiler for an original programming language. Since this goal was more difficult to accomplish than expected, I exceeded the deadline. I hope you can understand. Course report.pdf. Warning, this PDF is actually user manual.pdf with flavor text. Please read it. Alright. Okay, so I just clicked that and it sent me to a PDF viewer. You probably can't see it, so I'll just quickly summarize it. So it says A equals B is a minimal programming language designed for string handling. It has the advantage of the simple syntax, easy to learn, convenient to code, etc., and has a wide range of application prospects. Our project implements a compiler that supports all features of the language. In fact, this document is game A equals B's user manual. This is a work of fiction. Any similarity to actual persons, organizations, or events is purely coincidental. Nobody believes the self-aggrandizing descriptions in student projects. It is nothing more than a college culture. Instruction set. A equals B's instruction set includes string 1 equals string 2. Find the leftmost occurrence of the string 1 in the string and replace it with string 2. Okay. Find the leftmost occurrence. I don't know what leftmost occurrence means specifically. Well, and then it says, yes, that's all. Okay. It's kind of simple instruction set. There's just one. And it says, programming structure. An A equals B program consists of several lines of instructions. Each line must include exactly one equal sign or be a blank line. Okay. Execution order. Read the input string. Starting by the topmost line, find the first line that can be executed. If found, execute the line. Go to step 2. If none is found, return current string as output. Okay. I am not sure what the current string is supposed to be. I see. Uh, so there's the input string, and there are lines of codes. I believe they are supposed to be separate. I'm not sure. Let me just read through. There's only a couple more pages to read. Give me a sec. There stands for hashtag stands for comment. The first hashtag in each line and all characters after it are ignored. Okay. Same applies to many of the other programming languages like Python or Ruby. Non-ASCII characters may only be used as commentary. Non-ASCII characters, so like Chinese characters or yeah, letters with with stuffs around it. Probably what it's talking about. All right. I'm just reading through the manuals. It says these hotkeys are available. Copy, paste, cut, undo, redo. Sure enough. All right. Yeah, it says. Yeah, it's one of those games where I need to read the instructions, but there's nothing much to read. I think I have everything there is to read. Let's continue to the next one. It says 1-1 A to B. All right. 1-1 A to B. Input. A string of A, B, and C. Output. Replace each A with B. Constraint 1 larger than equals input length smaller than equals 7. All right. Well, you already have the program written for me. Click button I above. Hotkey is F7. Okay. And to open user manual, I already have the user manual. All right. So what do I need to press here? I think this one, the play button. Yeah, so the input length, like what it means by the input is each of these strings, right? Each of these test cases correspond to the input, and their length needs to be between 1 and 7, and this has nothing to do with like what we write in the code. All right. Looks like we solved. Well, I didn't solve it. The game gave it to me. So this is a warm up thing, like how the stuffs are supposed to look like. I think I get it. So what are these? A plus and A minus? I see these are for the font sizes. I get it. Okay. I guess I click the power button. Cool. Okay, so looks like we don't have the background music. So give me a sec. Let me just let me pull up some background music for this one. All right, we have some background music here. Let's continue. Compiler Principle Course Project late submission. There's a reply to it. Let's read it. From Professor. You call this a programming language? It's pretty rude. One dash two uppercase. A string of A, B, and C output replace each letter with its uppercase constraint. The same constraint as before. Input ABC, output ABC, but in capital letters. Sounds simple enough. So it looks like I need to do something like this. A equals lowercase a equals uppercase A, lowercase b equals uppercase B, lowercase c equals uppercase C. Let's see if this works. Let's just fast forward it. We get it, right? There are lots of test cases, I see. Alright, looks like we got it. Let's move on. Singleton. A string of A, B, and C output replace consecutive repeated letters with a single letter. Okay. Input AA, BB, BCC, output ABC. Alright. Okay, so this is where it starts getting not trivial. But you see, the thing about this is you gotta understand the constraints of the inputs. So as you can see, the inputs can only have letters A, B, and C, and their length can only go up to 7. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just replace all of the consecutive repeated letters. So for example, we have 2 A's in a row. I'm just gonna turn them into a single A, and just gonna do the same with, up to 7. This should work, right? So for example, if the input happens to be 7 consecutive A's, they will just turn into A. So I'm just gonna do this and just repeat the same for each letter. Yeah, it's not really an efficient code, but this should do the trick, right? Let's see if this works. Yeah, easy. Now, can we do better than this? Well, I think yes, because okay, so all right. So I'm looking at the user menu again. So this is what it says in the execution order. Read the input string and starting by the topmost line, find the first line that can be executed. If found, execute the first line. Execute that line. Go to step 2. So go back to the step where it starts back from the topmost line. So this code does not get executed top to bottom. I mean, it does, but after you find a code that can be executed, it goes all the way back up, right? So it seems we can just get rid of all of them, right? Because if there were any letters, any multiple consecutive letters, one of these will hit, and that will get executed, and then the execution order will go all the way back to the first line. So I believe this will also work. Let's see. Yeah, this also works. That's much more efficient, right? Okay, I think we learned something. Let's move on. Singleton 2. A string of ABC, remove consecutive A's, right? Okay, so now we are supposed to remove them, not just turn them into a singular version of it. I believe I can't just do this, right? I don't think I can just do this. Let's see if this works. I don't think this works, but let's see. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. Well, I think this is where we abuse the fact that the inputs can only consist of A, B, and C. So we can just do this, right? If there are consecutive A's followed by B, we just turn that into B. And we gotta do it the other way too, right? So if there are consecutive A's following B, we turn that into B too. And we just do the same with C too. I think this will work, I think. Let's see. It doesn't work? A, B, C, A. Expected output is C. Current string is ABC. I mean, I know exactly what to do to literally make it work, but I'm trying to see if I can do it with some efficient set of instructions. I don't know. I'll think about it later, but what I was going to do was just remember the inefficient code that I wrote in the previous one. So I'm just gonna do that, do the exact same thing for this one. So we are abusing the fact that the input length only goes up to 7. Yeah, this is not very efficient, but I'm sure this will work. Actually, you know what? What if we just only check for 2 and 3s? How about that? So if there are 2 consecutive A's followed by B, then it'll be handled. And same goes for 3. What happens if there are 4 of them? 4 consecutive A's followed by B, then the topmost one that can be executed is this one. So 4 becomes 2, and then 2 becomes 0. And what about the 5 A's in a row? 5 A's becomes 3, and wait a sec. I think you know what? I think we need to 3. Actually, you know what? I think we want to take into account every single bit of length after all. I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I'll come back to it later. But for now, I think this is the only thing we can do. Alright, this should work, even though I don't really like the efficiency. We'll worry about it later, okay? But this should work, I think. Wait, no. It has to be the other way around, because like I mentioned, it tries to execute the first line that works. So it should start from the longest possible replaces and go down to the smaller ones. So it should go like this instead. I understand. Right? This one should work, right? Yeah, there we go. Wait. What's happening? Oh, wait, what? So you can after all put an empty string after this? Hey, Slumlog, welcome to the stream. Understand it's a different game. Yeah, I already did that. I already did that game. I 100% did it. Okay, maybe just do this then. I see. All right. So you can do the deletions. I see. I got it. Maybe you can do more efficiently, but I'll get back to you if I can figure that out, or if I have to figure out more efficient ways. But um, for now, it doesn't seem to require anything. So as long as I just solve it, I'm fine. I think. Let's move on. Response to compiler principle course project late submission. 2. Professor. By definition, A equals B is a programming language, and the document didn't restrict what language I can choose. So from this exchange, like I can't help but think that the professor is not really doing his job right, because like this student literally invented a programming language, and this is what the professor had to tell the student. You call this a programming language? How rude, right? Way to curb the creativities of the students. This is not how professors should work. They should try to encourage them to do such a thing. They even made the compilers. They even made compilers for the new programming language they created. This is not an easy thing to do. Anyway, let's move on. 1-5. Sort. Input a string of ABC. Output sort the input in alphabetical order. Constraint A. Constraint 1. Larger than equals. No, smaller than equals. Input length smaller than equals 7. Okay. So, like I mentioned, the way the compiler works is it will go from the top to the bottom and find any lines of code that can be executed, and it will repeat that until none of the lines apply. So what that means is if an input is not sorted, it's gotta have something like a BA, right? And we just turn that into AB. Yeah. So if you execute these enough number of times, the input will eventually get sorted, right? Yeah, easy. So far so good. 1-6 compare. Input string of A and B. There's no letter C this time. Output the most common letter. Okay. The number of A's and B's is different. I see. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, so what I am thinking here is maybe if you remove A's and B's, if you remove one A and one B at a time, eventually there will be only one letter remaining, right? And after that, you do that singleton thing where you remove the repeated consecutive letters into just one letter. So here's what I'm thinking. So you take AB and you remove them. You also take a BA and then remove them. So until there is only just letter A's or just letter B's, this will repeat. So by the time the compiler reaches the line number 3, there will be only a consecutive repeated letter A's or consecutive repeated letter B's. So this is where I do this. Let's see if this works. Okay, I got the achievement. It said complete chapter 1. We did indeed complete chapter 1. So far so good. It's been pretty doable. Hey Symphony, welcome to the stream. Let's move on. Another reply here. Let's read it. I have to point out your so-called programming language can't even output hello world. It is unable to perform any of the tasks required by the scoring criteria. Again, not a good attitude from a computer science, I'm assuming computer science professor. They should encourage creativity and inventions, not like this is not they are not doing the right job. I wouldn't want to learn from this professor. Okay, all right. Okay, where do we go from here? Oh, okay, we have another chapter unlocked, looks like. Keyword. Now A equals B can output hello world. You're stuck on word 2, really? Does it get difficult already? Let's see if I can get myself through it then. 2. Professor, the title says it all. Now A equals B can output hello world. Course report.pdf. Isn't this the same instruction manual? Yeah, it's the. Wait a sec. Oh, it's a little different one. I see. I think I need to like give me a sec. Let me try and show this. You can see this, right? So there was just a bunch of explanations for how the language works. But they added some. Oh wait, this is not it. So they added some new text in the bold text here. It says string 1 equals return string 2. So this is a new thing that was not in the user manual before. So let's just read through it. If string 1 is found, end the program immediately and replace the entire string with string 2. Okay. Following characters are reserved: equals, brackets, and hashtag. Brackets must occur at the start of the left or right string in pairs. Keyword is placed in the middle. Alright? And the rest of them I already know. Let's get back to the game. Hello world. Input a string of A, B, and C. Output hello world, constraint, blah blah blah. Input A, hello world. Input ABC, hello world. Okay, understandable. So what I'm understanding is if an input contains the letter A, it'll replace the input with hello world and then end the programming. I mean end the program. So if the input was A or ABC or AABB, it will get converted into hello world and that's going to be the output. But what if the input does not contain letter A then? So I believe if I run this, the program will fail, the test will fail. Yeah, see CBC, BBC, this one does not contain letter A, so it does not get converted into hello world. Okay, understandable. It's easy to fix. Just turn all the non letter A's into letter A's. That's gonna work, right? Yeah, easy enough. Move on. Now A equals B can output hello world. Let's see what the professor has to say about it. Are you trying to make me laugh? I hate this man. Or woman, I don't know their genders. You can simplify further, really? Well, okay, maybe this. Okay, that works too. All right, so the left part of the string can be an empty one. Understandable. All right. On each level, it shows the power lines in the level select. Really? Ah, it says 1/1. All right. How about this one? Okay, so I got the power in this one, but this one I didn't get the power. Let's see if I can do better than that then. So the power line is supposed to be just 2 lines, it seems. How about this? Does this work? Yeah, I just had a hunch. Says a late submission. Complete chapter 1 challenges. So looks like I do need to get all the power lines correctly. I don't think I need to explain what's going on here, right? This is pretty straightforward. Alright, let's get back to it. A. Return true if the input contains at least 3 A's. Otherwise, return false. Okay. Maybe just do this. Wait, this. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, right. I forgot to put the return keyword there, right? At least 3 A's. Okay, not 3 consecutive A's. I see. This should work, right? Yeah, there we go. Very cool. Let's move on. Okay, and we got the power lines. 2-3, exactly 3. Input a string of A, B, and C. Output return true if the input contains exactly 3 letters. Otherwise, return false. Well, this also looks easy enough. Well, let's think about it. Yeah, I think this is pretty easy. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna convert all of the letters into letter A's, and if there are 4 letter A's, then we return false. And if there are 3, return true. And if there and otherwise return false. How about that? Easy enough, but I don't know if I hit the par. We hit the par. Okay, let's move on. Remainder. A string of A, B, C. Divide the input length by 3. Output the remainder. Okay, we are introducing numbers now. Divide the input length by 3. But I'm not sure if I follow. Okay, I'm supposed to output the remainder. I see. So 3 is divisible by 3, obviously. The remainder is 0. 5 divided by 3. You have the 2 as the remainder, so you output 2. Okay. Understandable. Let's think about this. So this is the first time that where I have to use the numbers. Um, I think I think we pretty much do the same thing as before. Just just go through all three possible cases, right? So first thing first, we convert all of the letters into letter A. We do that, and then we remove all we remove all the letters, three at a time, right? So if the input had multiple of three letters, then once we go through everything, the input will be empty, right? But before going, but, but here's the thing: if I just do this, then it'll also be executed if the input there's still something remaining in the input. So I have to do the non-zero cases first. So something like this, right? I think this should work. Let's see. Yeah, and we did hit the par. So far so good. So for the sake of my sense of humor, can you lower your standards a bit? Okay, the student is pretty patient about it. 2-5 odd output return true if the amount of each letter is either an odd value or 0. Otherwise, return false. If the amount of each letter is either an odd value or 0, amount of each letter. So I have to check for all of the letters, it seems. Well, we learned how to sort the inputs, right? So I guess we start by doing that. So this will sort the inputs. So now all of the A's and B's and C's are clumped together. So now what? I guess we just remove all the occurrences of the two letters consecutive. So do that, I guess. So wait a sec. No. We can't really do that, can we? Because we also have to return true for 0 length letters. Okay, this is kind of confusing actually. Let me think about it then. So we either want to see one letter remaining or two letters remaining. So what I'm thinking is, so if there are 4 of them, we just reduce them to 2. If there are 3 of them, we reduce them to 1. So if we do this, then we can yeah, okay. I think this is how we do it. So after going through all of this, if the input had any even numbered letters, then the input will contain AA or BB or CC. Yeah, you see where I'm going with it? That's way too many lines though. I'm having doubts this is gonna be a par, but let's see if this works at least. Okay, looks like it's working. Okay, we are 3 lines over par. Let's see if we can reduce that. Yeah, I think we can do that. So wait. This is the one I was stuck on. You were stuck on solving it or getting the par. Solving, I see. Well, either way, I need to get rid of three of these lines. I'm not sure if I see anything here. I see. Okay, it does mention challenge right here. Challenge at most 10 lines. Okay, I've been missing this part. Wait, I can just get rid of these ones, right? Yeah, the four letters getting converted into two. We can just we can just get rid of them. Yeah, makes sense to me. Here we go. Hard lines achieved. Let's move on. The only output return true if exactly one letter is different from adjacent letters. Otherwise, return false. For example, in string BA first A and first B are different from neighbors, thus return false. First A and first B are different from neighbors. It'd be nice if it was more obvious when executing which lines are completely unused. Well, here's the thing. The program that I wrote before, the 13 line ones, all of the lines were being used. So that feature would not help me debug the thing. But anyway, this you can see flash if it gets cold. I see. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what this question is asking about. Let me reread it. If exactly one letter is different from adjacent letters. So it's like we want to see only one letter being a part of like its own group rather than a part of repeated consecutive letters. So like, I think that's what I'm assuming here. And I am also assuming that this applies for the same letters. For example, if the input was AAB, CCB, CC, something like that, then there are two letters that are different from the neighbors. So this should return false, I think, right? Mm, okay, here's what I'm thinking. I think this is where we should introduce new letters. Uh, yeah, okay. So this one is not going to be optimal, but hear me out. So I'm going to remove all of the repeated letters and replace them with letter D. Well, I guess we can just do this. All right. So after actually, give me a sec. 2, 3, 4. Okay, you know what? We can do something like this. We turn 3 consecutive letters into 2, right? And then we turn the 2 consecutive ones into D. And then if they are still wait. So now here's the thing. After all of this, I want the current string to be all letter D's except one. So if it's 0 or 2 or 3, I return false. If it's 1, I return true. How do we tell that apart? I guess it's easy. I guess we just get rid of D here. And then mm, I guess we convert all of the letters into E now. Hear me out. So just do this. And if there are 2 or more letter E's, we return false. If there's only one E, we return true. And otherwise, return false. So we introduced 2 extra letters for this to work, but I think this is gonna work. Let's see if this works. This is probably not a par, but I just want to make something that works first and then work my way to the optimal line number. Okay. C, B, C, 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 B. This one is supposed to return false, but it returned true. Let's see why. So after this one, it becomes C, B, C, C, B. And then after this one, it becomes C, B, D, B. So far so good. C, B, D, B. And then D gets removed. Now it's C, B, B. I see. C, B, B. So this gets called. And then D gets removed. I see. Okay, there's some flaw in the logic. I need to rethink it then. maybe removing the D part here. How about this one then? Okay, now it works. Okay, got it. So like I said, this is probably not. Wait, it is par. Okay, that surprises me. But looks like I did solve it with the optimal number of lines. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. Let's move on. I thought I'll have to do some more optimizations, but looks like I optimized it well enough. There's an achievement for getting 10 under par if you think it's possible on this one. 10 under par? So like the par here is 13. So I need to get it under 3 lines. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay, I see. So you're talking about under pars, but 10 of them, not 10 lines under par. All right. Hmm. Let's see. That shouldn't work, right? Yeah. Okay, how about this? So what I'm thinking is, so I'm going to indicate where the letter changes from one to another. So AB becomes ADB. But I have to take care of all of the other. There are six cases of this, so probably not the way. But so what I was thinking is, after doing this, I just like DAD equals E, DBD equals E, DCD equals E, and then after this I remove A and B and C, and then just do this. Like this was kind of what I was trying to get at. But are those 10 puzzles where you can get under par? Like, are there exactly 10 of them, or are there multiple of them So you can just choose whichever 10 puzzles you can choose to under par. There's more? Okay, that makes me feel better about it then. So I don't know if I can get under par. Like I feel like I should be able to, but I don't know at the moment. Hmm. This. So if I apply this, been a while since I've seen this game. It's so fun. Hey Calvin Dang, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm just trying to get 100% as fast as possible. See the how many hours it takes for me. So if I execute this right, then if there's a unique letter A, it's gonna stay lowercase. If there are multiple of them, then they will all turn into uppercase A. I think we can start from this one. So do this, and then just do this, I guess. Wait. So after doing this, we just remove them. Okay, let's see. Let's just walk through this. So by this point, there should only be lowercase a's and b's and c's, right? Yeah, I think this can work. Maybe I need to move around some of these lines, but I think in general ideas, I think this should work. Okay, what about this one? AABCC is true, but it should return false. Let's just walk through it then. So AABCC becomes uppercase A, lowercase b, uppercase c, and they get removed. So now it's just lowercase b only. I think it should work though. Why is it returning false? Ah, right. I see. I have to do this, right? Okay. Well, this should work, but unfortunately, this is now over par. Wait, this is still not working? Maybe I need to move it here. Okay, I'm not really sure what's happening now. Oh, right. I see. There can be multiple of the upper letters. Hmm. You know, I'll return to it. After doing the remaining. Maybe I'll have some ideas after solving some more puzzles. Let's see. 2-7 ascend input. A string of A, B, and C output return true. C is more than B and B is more than A. Okay, so the order doesn't matter. Looks like. Well, I think we should first sort the input. I think that is the first step. We should just sort the letters. And I think like let's see. C is more than B and B is more than A, huh? Like I feel like I need to duplicate the B's here because I need to be making two different comparisons. I need to compare A and B, and I need to compare B and C. So there are two different comparisons, and both times B is being used. And the way I do comparisons, every time I do the comparisons, the letters get used up. So I need to copy the letter B's, I think. I'm not sure if I can think of a good way to copy the letters though. Or something like if I can make it such that I can get rid of all three letters each time I make the comparison. Like it might also work. Mm, hmm. I can do one comparison, but doing two at once, two at a time, I'm not really getting it. Yeah, but since there are only up to 7 letters in each input, I can just try for all possible ways this can work, right? So like starting from there being no letter A's, I can just do this, right? And yeah, only up to this point. And then when there's one letter A, so then it's going to be like this. Oh, that's the only case, looks like. And what if there are 2 letter A's then? Okay, looks like letter A there can only be 1 or 0 letter A's. All right. So this is for 7-letter inputs, and now we move on to 6-letter inputs. So let's do the same thing. We will optimize later, okay? And now moving on to the 5-letter inputs. I don't think you can put letter A's in here. Now 4 letters. And finally 3 letters. Well, there's some more to do, right? Wait. Actually, yes, 3 letters, the most the smallest length, because for 2-letter inputs, A and B have the same number. They're the same number of A's and B's. They're both 0. So this one cannot work. So now we return false. What a mess. But this should work. Wait, this is not working? What? How come? Expected output false. Current string true. BCC is not. What? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, we didn't release like this one. I see what's going on here. All right. Okay. I thought I can just brute force my way, but I need a way to specify the exact length of the input each time. So when by the time this line gets executed, it is not guaranteed that the current string is a 6-letter string. So for example, if the input was ACCCCC, still this can be executed. So I understand. I can just switch them to different letters though, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, what about now? A 32 line program. Still no? What? How come? So ABACC becomes AABCC, right? So all of these do not all of these do not apply. So now it's DDEFF, right? DDEFF. Again, they do not apply. Now they are GGHII, and again they are not apply. GGHII. Now they are JJKALL. Again, not applying, and then finally MMNOO. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, even when you are here, it's still not guaranteed that there are 3 letters. Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I thought I was getting somewhere, man. Okay, you know what? Let's forget about that and let's try to solve it for real. Let's not do the brute force thing. Let's actually try to use our brains, all right? C is more than B, right? Okay. So I'm going to try and compare between C and B, but also while making sure that the letter B's are not being lost in the process, so that they can after that they can be also compared against letter A's. All right. So I solved the input first, and how about like so every time there's a B and C, I just remove them. But instead of removing them, I'm going to convert them into uppercase B. And then when there is a lowercase b before it, I just switch places. So after doing this, if none of these lines can be executed, that means the comparison between B and C is over. And the end result that we want to see is that there are no lowercase b's and there's at least one lowercase c. So after this, if there's a letter B, we return false. Yes, all right. And then we move on to comparing A and B. So we simply do this, right? And after this, we want there to be no letter A's and at least one letter B. So I want at least one letter B and at least one letter at least one uppercase letter B and at least one lowercase letter C. So I want something like this. Yeah, okay. How about this one? Does this work? Hooray! It works. Challenge at most 8 lines. We can get rid of two of these lines, looks like. Can probably get rid of this one. Yeah. maybe this one too. Easy. We got the par. Okay, that one was, I think this one was the first problem that was not trivial for me. So it's only going to get more and more difficult, right? Right. 2-8 most. Return the most common letter. There's no ties for the most. Okay, this is an important detail. All right. I think we should start by sorting. Yeah, I think we should start by sorting. Now let's see what we can do here. I think we do the same thing, right? We just maybe this time we do the A and B first. We just compare A and B. Wait a sec. No. Wait a sec. No. Actually, yes. Yes, we right. So we turn AB into uppercase B, and then if uppercase B comes before lowercase b, we just swap them. Wait, no. What am I thinking here? This does not tell me which of A and B occurs the most. Okay, how about this one then? So you see right now we have the input looks like this, right? But I want this to look like this instead. And then I'm going to compare between each of these pairs. Something like this. Yeah. So this becomes, so the first pair becomes B, second pair becomes C. Something like that, yeah. Wait a sec. No. We still want to. Wait, do we want to make 3 comparisons? So we compare between A and B, and whichever one wins, we then compare against letter C. So okay, this is what I want to see. So we have this here, right? And after we make the comparison, I want only letter A to be gone and letter B to be like still there. But how do I do that? Maybe maybe if we just turn both of them into uppercase. and then like spread them out, something like that. So if we repeat this process, then it will become something like this, right? So at this point, we know that there are more B's than A's. But then how do we get rid of A's here? I guess at this point we just get rid of a B's, like a B becomes B or something, and then and and if the other way happens, so if there are more letter A's than letter B's, then it might just look something like this. And then after this, we turn the uppercase A's and B's into lower cases again, and then we do the comparison between this and the letter C's as normal. And like, yeah, I'm not 100% on it, but let's see if this works at all. So at this point, there are repeated A's followed by repeated C's, or repeated B's followed by repeated C's. So at this point, we just get rid of BCs or ACs. And after that, whatever is remaining becomes the output, except we want to only output one of those letters. So we gotta do this. Let's see if this works. Holy crap, it actually works. I didn't think it would work first try. Well, apparently it works. But the challenge says I need to make it at most 11 lines. So let's see if we can optimize some of these lines. Maybe I can get rid of these? No, okay, yeah, definitely not. Like, instead of this, I could also just do this, right? This also works, but it doesn't change the number of lines. Yeah. Maybe I don't need to convert the upper cases into lower cases. Let's see. So do that. And then like, I don't know. Okay, looks like that conversion is actually needed. What can I do to get rid of 4 of these lines? Like, I do need to get the par lines to get the achievements, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what can I do to optimize this. Like, I think the logic itself needs to change. Hmm. There's no ties for the most, but there can be ties for the least. Don't know if that can help. Okay. Say like what happens if I turn AB into just B and BC into nothing? Let's see what happens here. So this becomes B, BBCCC, and then ECC and C. All right. So this case it works. What if A is more than B? So something like this, right? And then ABCCC and ACC, and I guess we also get rid of AC equals. So then this becomes C. And what if A is more than B and C? Like what happens in this case? C, A, B, all right. And if C is more than B but less than A, then this becomes AAB, CC, and then AAC. This might work. Let's see. So AB equals B and BC. We remove BC and we remove AC. And then after that, we remove all the duplicates. Let's see if this works. That doesn't work. CACBAAB. Let's see what happens with this one. So this is AAA and BBCC, right? So this becomes AA BBCC. And then A BBCC and then BBCC. Oh, all right. Yeah, letter A gets lost in here. Maybe the ordering should be different. Mm, okay, how about we just simply convert AB to a different letter, and then after we finish the comparison, we just convert that fourth letter into whatever letter is remaining, and then do the final comparison. So like AB becomes D, and then we move the letter D away from the comparison. So something like this. So after this gets finished, there are either there's either letter A followed by a bunch of these, or a letter B followed by a bunch of these, right? So after this, we simply AD equals AA, or BD equals BB. How about that? So after doing this, we do the comparison between this and C, and it's also possible that there's just one lone letter D is there. So we should also take care of that case. I guess if we still have letter D in here, I guess we return C. Then we do the final comparison between B and C or AC. And then we just do this, I guess. Let's see if this works. Looks like this works. Okay, this is good, but we are still over par. We still need to optimize 2 more lines from this. I guess we just do this. Okay, that's not enough. It's like okay, that's one more line reduced. Just one more line to go. Just one more line to remove from here. But you see, after this step, the input string could look something like A D D D D C C C or B D D D C C C, right? So I guess we just compare against these D and C only. And there has to be one of the letters remaining, right? So something like, so if there are more C's than A's, then after everything is done, we'll have more than one letter C remaining, right? Yeah, I think this is how we do it. So we omit this process. So we don't convert the letter D's. We simply compare letter D's against letter C's, right? So do this, and then we see whether there are multiple letter C's, and if there are, we return C, and otherwise we do the other letter A's or letter B's like that. I think this can work. This is not working? How come? So it's a CCBB, CBB, right? Yeah. Yeah, in that case. Yeah, yeah, understandable. Okay, understandable. If there are no letter A's, then there are no letter D's to compare. I guess we do have to add this after all. But now we finally got the part number of lines. I don't think this would work, right? That still works? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how that works. Alright. Yeah, understandable, understandable. We can even do this, right? Wait, that doesn't work? Alright, never mind. Ah. Alright, okay. I think this is where we call it. Let's move on. Just one more level to go before completing the second chapter. 2-9 list. Return the least common letter. Okay. Yeah. How do we even? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I was getting worried about running into this problem. Let's see if we can do something with this most program and do something to turn this into list. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. So here we are getting rid of the results of the comparisons, right? But instead of doing this, I think I'm going to convert them into another letter, and then I'm going to set these letters aside. Okay. And what I'm thinking is after this, we would have something like ABE or like BCE or something like that, and then we simply return the correct letters based on whichever letter is not there. I don't know. So in order for me to do that, I think we can only afford to compare between B and C, because what letter D stands for is whichever between letter A and B are that are occurring less. So if letter A occurs less, then A is the letter D's. So it's going to be letter B followed by a bunch of letter D's, and the number of letter D's corresponds to the number of A's. So I think we just do this, and then we move the letter E aside. So it's going to be something like EC equals CE. Now after all of this, it's going to be one of the three possible outcomes. So it's either ABE, no, it can't be ABE, right? What if there are ties? So what if they're like AABBC? What happens here? So ABD becomes like this, then this, and then this DDC, right? Then DC becomes E. I see. Okay. Okay. So if we see DE here, then we can see, I guess. And then if there are like ACE, return B, and AB, BC, return A, something like that. I don't even know. Let's try it. Okay. Current string BCC. What? Yeah, understandable, I guess. So we do this, right? Still no? Okay, what if I do this then? Still no, huh? This. Let's see what happens with this one. CAC right? So that string is that string becomes AACCCC after sorting. I see. Okay. Okay, so the tricky part about this is we can't wait. Actually, yes, B is the answer because there are 0 occurrences for letter B. Okay. Yeah. Forget what I was about to say. Okay. What if I do this then? Okay, now it works. Okay. Hey, you got it. Return complete chapter 2. But this is not the part lines. We need to reduce 2 lines from here. Maybe, yeah. I think we can get rid of this one, right? CC. Yeah, it still works. You know, we can get rid of all of them. Yeah, exactly. Just one more line to go. Just one more line to get rid of here. Hmm. Yeah, what about this one? So DC becomes E and EC becomes C. Do we even need letter E here? It seems like we are not even using letter E. We can just get rid of them like this, right? This should work. Yeah, there we go. Hello world, complete chapter 2 challenges. We done it. That wasn't too hard. I mean, like it's finally feeling like challenges from now on. But it's been all right. It's been all right. Okay. No. I don't like this professor. Okay. Let's move on. Start and end. Okay, so how long do I plan to stream this for? So it's been about 2 hours. It's been about 2 hours. I don't know how many more hours I'm willing to spend on this. Maybe like 3 more hours. I don't know. The thing about this is, like, I love to spend lots of hours on it. No, I'm talking about like during today's streams. Obviously, I'm not going to stream for 12 hours. YouTube does not even allow that. The thing about this is I like to spend as many hours as I can, but the thing is, the more hours I spend, the more I am going to be prone to getting stuck because my brain is not gonna work properly after a certain amount of time. So if I wanted to get the least amount of hours, like spend the least amount of hours until I get the 100%, I need to pace it properly. I need to realize when is the right time to call it a day and continue during the next stream. So what I'm saying is, if I did an 8-hour stream, I'm probably going to be making less amount of progress compared to if I had 4 2-hour long streams. But let's see. Start and end. Says I added a few more keywords. Can I pass this time? This time I implemented multiple keywords and each keyword comes with multiple variances. Hope you will like it. Course report. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, instruction set, everything, like we know of this. Okay, what about this one? Start string 1 equals string 2, end string 1 equals string 2. If string 1 is at the start or end of string, replace it with string 2. Okay, so only replace the first occurrence. No, it's not a first or last occurrence. It's more like starts with or ends with, right? String 1 equals start of string 2. Find the leftmost occurrence of string 1 in the string. Remove it and add string 2 to start or end of string. Wait. I need to understand exactly what's going on. If string 1 is at the start or end of string, replace it with string 2. Yeah, that one I think I understand. But what about this one? Find the leftmost occurrence of string 1 in the string. So in both cases, I'm finding the leftmost occurrence. Remove it and add string 2 to start or end of string. Each side may contain up to one keyword. For example, start A equals end B is valid. So what happens here? Start A equals end B. Yeah, I'm not 100. I don't. I'm not sure if I 100% understand how these keywords work. Okay. Maybe I'll just learn it by solving a couple problems. Maybe just solving a couple problems in chapter 3 will just get me through it. 3-1 remove. Remove all A's at the start and end of input string. Understood. So just do this, right? Yeah, right. Easy enough. Like I understand that part. Spin. Move each letter before the first A to the end of string. So CBAB, CB comes before the first occurrence of A. So move them to the end of the string. Okay. Okay, how does this work then? So this is where I do like A equals end. Wait a sec. Add string 2 to start or end of string. Wait, what? But here's the thing. We don't have a way to store variables, do we? Okay, I guess we just move them one letter at a time. Is that what it wants me to do? So we move B around, and we move C around, and eventually there's just letter A in front, and the program ends. So something like start B equals end B, and start C equals end C. Just do this, I guess. Yeah, good to know it. I guess I understand how it works then. Move on. The so-called multiple means 2. How surprising. What is wrong with him? Or her? I don't know their genders. This professor sucks. Replace all A's at the start and the end of string with B's. Alright? Fair enough. We just do this then, right? We just do something like we just replace start A with start B and end A with end B. This should do it, right? This doesn't do it. Okay, what's going on then? I see. So I'm supposed to replace all repeating letters of A's into all B's, not just the tail end. So I need to list all of the A's. Okay, that makes it a little more complicated then. I mean, there's an easy way to do this, right? You just brute force it. The input can only be up to 7 letters. just do that and you'll be fine. So do this for the start and repeat the same stuff for the end. So it's 7 A's becomes 7 B's, 6 becomes 6 A's becomes 6 B's, 5 A's become 5 B's, 4 A's become 4 B's, and so on and so forth. This should work, right? Like, I don't see why not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I am way over par. It seems like the whole thing can be done in just 4 lines. So let's see what we can do here. So for starters, we can remove the 7-line part. I mean the 7-letter part. But I think the moment we start removing like one of these, it's gonna start to break. Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. So remember you have an idea? I have an idea too. So here's what I'm gonna do. So I am going to do the spin maneuver. So I'm gonna like for every letter A at the start, I'm going to remove that A and append letter D at the end, okay? And then after all of this, we just bring the letter D's back in front, but this time we bring letter B's instead. So just do this. And then do the same thing but the opposite ways. So end A becomes start D, and then start D becomes end B. That's 4 lines. There we go. Let's move on. Swap. Swap all A's at the start and all B's at the end of string. Input always starts with A and ends with B. Okay, how does this differ from the last program that we made? Isn't this the same thing? Okay. I think I know what's going on here. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. So we first bring all of the B's at the end. So we move all of the B's at the end to the front, but with letter D instead. Okay. So we convert end B into start D. Okay. So AAC BBB now becomes DDD AAC. All right. And then what I do is EA equals AD. So this becomes AADDDC. Now we convert start A into end E. Now all we need to do is just convert D into B and E into A. But we actually don't need to do this conversion part because this portion doesn't need to repeat. So this is all we need to do. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what's going on? Start A equals end A. Does this not work? Infinite low. I see. Yeah, I see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Looks like we need to do something like AB equals AEB or something. And then we just get rid of E's at the end. That's still not enough. Okay, looks like I did need to convert them after all. Or maybe not. Looks like I do need to get rid of one of the lines. And what would that be? We can just do this, right? No, we can't. How do you get rid of one line from this? Impossible? Why are you saying impossible? If it's impossible, it wouldn't be a challenge. Or are you saying with this logic it's impossible? Maybe that's what you're saying. SMH developers forgot to add a solution to their puzzle. Um, okay, let's see what happens with, so it infinite loops in the test case A, right? Let's see what happens here. And B becomes start this, so it's like this, and DA becomes AD. So now it becomes like this. Start A equals end A. So it becomes like this, right? And then D equals B, right? After this, I want the program to end. Seems like it should work. Why does this not work? Okay, let's look at this debugger here. Okay, AADA, okay. Now it's AAAD. Start A equals end D. Ah, I see, I see. Ah, okay, I see why it's doing the infinite loop. Okay, give me a minute, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. BRB. Now I'm back. Okay, let's continue. So I don't think just swapping these lines would work, right? Yeah. Same issue here. And I can't just swap the letter B into B's themselves because because we need to distinguish between the beats that are getting swapped from and the beats that are in the center of the strings. We don't want to tamper with the beats in the center of the strings. And I don't think you can do something like this, right? This isn't gonna work. I don't think. Like all it's gonna do is just this is still gonna infinite loop, I think. Yeah, there's no way. Okay. It's just 4 lines. It can't be that difficult. So if I did this, it works. But this is 1 line over part. I want 4 lines instead of 5. I don't know how I can do that. And I can't do this because then these 2 lines will infinite loop. Yes, yeah, just like that. And neither does this work. What did I do for spin? This is what I did, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. What if like I just replaced all of the starting A's into these first? Just do that. Just do this, I guess. And then DA equals DD or something. And now I can bring the B's from the end to start. And I can convert all occurrences of letter D's into onto the end and then convert that into a. Yeah, I think this can work. Yeah, I think this is it. Let's see. No, still not. Okay. I thought I got it. I thought I had it. Hmm, that's a bummer. Yeah, well, technically I can do this, right? Yeah, but I want to finish with 4 lines, so this is not how I want it to be, and it's not even working. Now it works. Okay. Yeah, this. I need to come up with a better way. Mm, RA into end D, and then BD becomes DB or something. We've been through this, no? I don't know. Does this even work? Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe mention these first? Still no. Okay. Hmm. AAC BBB. So A becomes D. So what if like maybe I just do the original ones, but maybe if I only swap the letters at the start or the end rather than in general, like AD equals DA, DB equals BD, maybe I just do it from the start only or the end only, maybe then I can avoid the infinite loop. So something like this, then DB equals BD. So this was the original program that worked. Give me a sec. It's BD equals DB. Yeah. So this is the original one that worked. But what I'm thinking is like, what if I only made it swap at the end only? If I do that, maybe I can afford to not do the conversion from B to E and E to B. Okay, still not gonna work. Okay, this one is having me stumped. I gotta admit, this one is not easy. I mean, I did solve it, but I need to get the optimal number of lines, and that's where I'm getting stuck. Why did this not work before? I need to get reminded. I see. I see. That's why it doesn't work. Makes sense. Yes, the same happens if I do something like this, right? If that works, alright, I'll take it. Yeah, I need to understand exactly why this worked. Give me a sec. So A equals D. I got it purely by accident. I was just trying random things and it suddenly worked. So I need to understand why this worked. Uh, yeah, but yeah, I know. I'm not saying I didn't win. I'm saying I need to understand so that I can solve the future problems better. So start A. So it becomes like this, and then DA becomes AD, and now start becomes like this again. Yeah, but anyway, like after all of this, like all of the A becomes this, and then what? Now end B becomes start B. So do that, and then D equals end A. So this becomes this, and DA becomes AD. DA becomes AD. DA becomes AD. D becomes AD, and D becomes end A. I see. I see. There's no infinite loop. I understand now. Okay, we take this. Let's move on. Well, how far do I need to improve this language before I can pass the course? Match. Return true if the input string starts and ends with the same letter. Otherwise, return false. Easy to understand. So ABC starts with A, ends with C, so it's false. ABCA starts and ends with the same letters, letter A, so it returns true. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. So first, first I move whatever letter is at the start to the end, and then I check if the thing ends with two of the same letters. So I'm thinking like here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna start A equals end E or D or uppercase A. Maybe uppercase A is better. Start B becomes end B. Start C equals end C. Lowercase into uppercase. Now I'm gonna check whether the string contains AA or BB or CC. Yeah, how about that? It should work, right? This doesn't work. Okay, why doesn't it? Why does it not work? Ah, I see. I see. It loops around. I forgot about that. Well, I can just do this, no? So put the return statement first. Now it should work, I think. Yeah, here we go. And most 7 lines, we are already at par. Let's move on. Most to 3-6. Keep the most common letters and delete the rest. I see, I see. So just like the last time, but this time, just like the last, the most problem, but instead of outputting just one letter C, we need to preserve all of the letter C's here. Okay, that's gonna be pretty confusing with the limitations this language has. I think we still start off with the sorting, right? We start by sorting first. And now what? So say if we can take AA, BBBB and turn that into just BBBB, then we can make it work for the next compare against letter C too. Right? I think it might work similarly as the last program that we did. So something like so first we sort and then we turn AB into D and then turn DB into BD. So repeat this enough times, it either becomes ADDD or BDDD, right? And then we simply yeah, I think this is what we do, right? So do this and then do the same comparisons against the letter C. So we do AC equals E, BC equals E, and DC equals E. And EC becomes C or something. So now after all of this, it either becomes AEE or BEE or CEE. So all we need to do is just convert these into whatever is in front. So A equals AA, B equals BB, C equals CC. Let's see if this works. This doesn't work. Okay, why does it not work? Okay, we have BBDDC. So far, so good. DC equals E. Wait, and then it ends? I see, I see. So we just do this then. What about now? Still doesn't work. CA, BCA. Okay, so it's now AABCCC. So this will become AAD, right? Or AD. Yeah, AD also works. Mm. What if I did this? Okay, now it works. Okay. And mostly 11 lines. Okay, I did solve it, just need to optimize it. So what I did here is after comparing A against B, I do the same, but instead of removing them, I turn them into letter E's, and that's pretty much what I did. So we are not even using the keywords here. Can I just do this? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay, but I think we can get rid of this line by moving them into and E, right? By doing this, I can afford to get rid of the EC equals to C. Wait, I thought that's gonna work. Wait, CE equals to CC. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. What if I just did this? Does this work? No, it doesn't. What if I just did this? Instead of, maybe I don't even need to use letter E? Yeah, okay. Got it. Here we go. Challenge complete. Let's move on. Palindrome. Return true if input string is a palindrome. Reads the same backwards as forward. Otherwise, return false. All right. This one is, well, it it did not mention I had to preserve the input, right? So I can just get rid of the first and the last um, until either the input becomes an empty string or not. So say like we can move the letter A from start to the end, but with the uppercase A. Yeah, and we can get rid of AA, something like that, and do the same for the other letters too. And after all of this, if I have some letters remaining, then it is not a palindrome. But just one letter remaining should still count. Okay, how about now? Wait, really? I see, okay. Okay, now it should work, right? Yeah, but probably not optimized. Start and end, complete chapter 3. Challenge at most 8 lines. I need to get rid of 6 of these lines. It's gonna be fun. I feel like this should work. Okay, I felt wrong. So after all of this, I need to check that the length of the string is 1 or 0. If the length of the string is 1 or 0, then I return true, otherwise return false. But how do I check that with just two of the lines? Hmm. Wait a sec. We don't need to check for the lower cases. All of these letters are going to be uppercase, right? After all, or after doing this check, I think. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. So all of the lowercase letters are being converted. So this should also work. Yeah. And I guess I can just convert them into C's. So that also saves one line. But this is not good enough. I need to get it down to 8 lines. Hmm. Uh, I have no clue. I just need to check for an empty string or a string with the length of 1. There is not, like, I need to find a more efficient way to check the length of the string, but I don't know how to do it. Ah, wait. I still need to check for. Yeah, so what I was thinking is, so I just get rid of one letter. I need. Is there a keyword for like any letter? Like I need something like that. So like I want to remove one any letter, and then after that, if there's still something left in the string, then I return false. Yeah, so something like I just. mm, Maybe I need to find a different logic altogether. But what other logics can there be? Purpose of compiling principles project is to deepen your understanding of compilers by implementing basic instructions like loops and judgments, not by studying how to skip them with an Esolang. You can still do that with an Esolang. You can do it with Esolang without skipping anything. Hmm. But again, how do we optimize this into 8 lines? Like I know how to do 10 lines. Like I can just turn them into what, turn ABC into just C, so that I don't need to convert letter C into anything. This works, but this is the furthest I got. Hold on, I'm still trying to make sense of all this. Say like, what happens if I only get rid of A and B and just leave letter C behind? Then it will only work up until letter C, and then what? So this is a palindrome, right? So if I ran all of the lines except the ones related to letter C's, then these ones get removed. And then it gets stuck here, right? Anything else I can do here? Also, same applies if the remainder of the strings are the same. Still have no clue. Still have no clue. Oh, you can reduce 2 more lines from this. Wait a sec. So instead of just converting A into uppercase A, I can just what happens if I inserted a different letter in front of it? Then I can do this, right? ADA, BDB, CDC. So after doing this, can I reduce any lines from here with the same logic? So it's going to be like, if the string was palindrome, then the string would have just DA or DB or DC, or it's an empty string. If it's not a palindrome, then it's gonna have something like DADB or DADC, something like that. So technically this should work, but this is still not the optimal number of lines. Right? This is not even correct. Yeah, this should work, right? This doesn't. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, can quite do that. I understand. Yeah, just inserting a fourth letter in like this, that doesn't quite work. It has to involve completely different letters. Understandable, but then again, how do I make the rest of the thing work with just two more lines? That part I don't understand. Hmm. How about this? What if like if I did just empty equals the how many letters gets converted into the then? What hap- if I did this? I This is not gonna work, but I just wanna see what happens. I see. Okay, it just keeps appending the letter in front. So it's not like it just converts all of the empty area in between letters into the. So it's just all it does is just append it in front. That makes sense. Yeah, let's see if I can find any keywords that can help me optimize this. Maybe there are some more keywords that I didn't know about. Loop structure. Let's see what it has. We have a new keyword called once. Once string 1 equals string 2. Ignore this instruction after its first execution. Makes sense to me. Is that it? I was thinking maybe maybe it has to like, teach us about like how the loop things work. Maybe this doesn't really help with the palindrome problem. Speaking of loop structures, the execution order, executation, execution order of A equals B is already a loop structure in disguise. It will be more clear if we add a new keyword. Okay, it looks like I already have everything needed to optimize this, but I don't really have much clue here, unfortunately. There's no way this works. Like once it finds something that can be executed, it goes back to line 1, right? So I have high doubts this is gonna work. But I don't know. Maybe something like this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm going to spend like 30 more minutes on this. And if I can find out a way to optimize it into 8 lines, I'll move on. Two more lines. Two more lines. Like this is just checking for palindromic strings. There's just nothing much to do here. Like, you bring the whatever letter is in the first, you move it to the end, and check whether those two ends meet together. Like that's all there is to it. Mm, actually, you know what? Let's see. So after this step, if there's still letter D in here, that's a written false, right? Yeah, I think. But this doesn't really solve the case with odd number of letters, does it? But let's see. Let's see what it can do. Yeah, that's what I thought. But this would work, right? Yeah, that one works, but that's not quite enough. That's still 10 lines. I need it down to 8 lines. The same happens if I just change the location of the D's. I don't think this would do anything. Wait, what? Um, So AB becomes BAD, and then ADBB, DBB, AD, right? That doesn't really help me tell it apart from the valid ones. If I can detect letter D from non-first location of the string, that's gonna be the false condition. I don't know how I can do that with just one line. Something like I need something like a non-start or something. Or if I can think of a way to convert a single letter string into an empty string without making much modifications to the rules. I don't think it's gonna make much difference, but let's try moving the letters from the end back to the start. So let's try doing it the other way. So I've been moving the letters from the start to the end. Maybe something else can happen if I do it the other way around. Yeah, this still works, yeah. Mm, but still, this still doesn't really help me. I guess I guess I can just do these as a force condition. No, I guess that doesn't. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So this works, but I don't think that works either. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I need some ways of checking a letter in a non-starting position, and I don't know how I can do that. Wait, what if I did something like this? So so if I just mm, hold on, I'm just trying to work it out in my head. Well, don't think you can tell apart a true condition and false condition by doing this. What if I did this? Then it eventually becomes lowercase a. ABBA becomes AAB, something like that. Then that becomes lowercase a, and that becomes lowercase a, and at this point you can't really tell it from uh, just the just this part from the starting input from the first place. So there needs to be a way to distinguish them. Hmm. What if I did this then? That doesn't really make much difference, does it? So this becomes erased. Same goes for these, but what about the odd number things? So if I did so so the whole thing gets removed and you just have BCB, and same happens with the letter B's. So you only have letter C remaining, which becomes CCC. The second and the third letter gets removed, so it just becomes uppercase C. Yeah, it's I don't think that's gonna make any difference whatsoever. How long have you been on this problem, by the way? Has it been like an hour already? Like, to remind you guys, I already solved this problem. I'm just trying to meet the challenge, which says I need to solve this with at most 8 lines. The best I've gotten is 10 lines, so I still need to reduce 2 more lines, and that's where I've been stuck for the last hour or so. Pretty close. You think so? I don't know. I don't know what I need to do differently. Hmm. maybe like after doing this conversion, if there's only one letter D remaining, hmm, yeah, I still don't understand how this can work. Here's the thing, I can also do something like this, right? But that no, that doesn't make sense, does it? Mm. Oh boy. Okay, that doesn't make sense. can't really do that. Can't think of any other ways to do this. What extra 2 lines am I wasting here? I seriously can't think of anything. known keyword once. Ah, I see. So it looks like I can't really use the keyword that's not introduced up until this chapter. Okay, good to know. Okay, I'm going to spend 20 more minutes, and if I can't figure out the 8-line solution, I'll just call it a day and try again during the next stream. I've been on this problem for long enough. I think I need to take a break if I can't think of anything for a while. Like this is nothing much to do in terms of detecting palindromes. All you can do here basically is move the first letter to the end and check if the first and the last letters coincide, and if they are equal, you just remove both of them and you repeat until you either end up in it until you either end up with a single letter or empty letter. So if the remaining if the number of remaining letters is 0 or 1, then it is palindrome. Otherwise it is not a palindrome. That is the logic. It's just that I haven't been able to figure out how to do it with just 8 lines. The best I could do is 10 lines. Still have 13 on this level. It's a hard one. Okay, good to know it's not just me. Yeah, but I'm trying to go for 100% achievements, and in order to do that, I do need to get the par number of lines. It's not an optional task. It's not optional. I need to get the 8 lines eventually. Give me a minute, please. I'll be back. You found the 9? Well, looks like you are just about to find the 8 line then. I still don't know how to do it. It doesn't really improve anything. To reinstall to check my answer because I couldn't think of it just now. Well, it's I've been struggling for the past couple hours. And the thing is, it's not really a complicated problem. It's just because there's nothing much to do, and yet Like it's more like I can only think of one way to do this. Well, one way to do it simply, at least. Apparently, there are some other ways to do it. Like maybe I need to think of an entirely different logic or something rather than optimizing the one that I already found. I probably should just call it and then give this another try with fresh mind, right? I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. Like I'm already fixating on the possibly wrong answers, and my brain is already getting fried. Hey Leonid, have a good stream. This game looks cool. I enjoyed TIS 100 a lot, and this looks similar. Yeah. Hey Zira, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I did complete TIS 100 many years ago. This one is a little different, as in the the thing about TIS 100 is you are dealing with multiple modules and having to have them interact with each other, while this one is just a simple esoteric language with just one program to work with. So this is supposed to be simpler, but the actual problem comes with the challenge where you have to optimize the number of lines. And like this one, like I already solved it, but I can't reduce this down to 8 lines. Like this is the best I could do, 10 lines. And I've been just struggling for the past couple hours because I couldn't think of a way to get rid of 2 extra lines from here. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty fun. I wonder if there's a something like a wild card character. Is there one? Is there such a thing as a wild card character with this? Something like asterisks, like because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to check for an arbitrary string of length 2 or more would return false, and otherwise it's gonna return true. Is an empty string a wild card? No, like I'm not like I'm by wild card I mean like any character. Like the entire reason why I did it this way is because the end result for the false condition can be A B A C, B A B C, C A C B. So there are like 6 possible ways, but all in all, what I'm just trying to check for is whether there are 2 any letters. If there are 2 any letters, then I can return false. But I don't know if there's an elegant way to enforce that. Like something like this, right? Like if I can do something like this, that would be great. But Wait a sec. I might have gotten it. Hold on. So you see, instead of converting the lowercase a to the uppercase, I wrap them around the fourth letter like this. So what this does is, when there are more than one of these concatenated with one another, that makes these lowercase d's to be attached with one another. So when that happens, then there are occurrences of two d's in a row. So when you can detect that, then you can just return false, right? I think I got it. I it has to be it. And finally, yeah, it shouldn't have taken that long. I'm very embarrassed, but at least I got it. Man, how long did it take? Like just on this optimization, I think it took me 2 hours or so. That's really embarrassing. Yeah, just wrapping them around with another letter. I should have thought about this long ago. I don't know why I couldn't think of this. Yeah, but man, you know what? Let's do a couple more problems before calling it, because I'm so embarrassed. I need to redeem myself somehow. All right, what is this here? Add hello to the start of the string. Yeah, this just solves the problem, right? That's just an introduction. Right. Remove remove the first three A's. Okay, remove all A's if less than 3. Understood. Just do this, right? That should work. Yeah. But remove the first 3 letters. Hmm. I used bar as my fourth character. Yeah, probably easier to read it that way. Alright, I think for this one, I just convert the first 3 letters one by one into the fourth letter. So I guess I just do it like this. Wait, I can't. Am I allowed to put two keywords like this? I need to look it up. I need to look up whether I can put two keywords like this. Each side may contain up to one keyword. Okay, that means I can't do it like this. Yeah, but I can do something like, wait a sec. Remove the first three letters. What happens when I just return without specifying anything? Does this return an empty string, or does this return the input string? Okay, it returns an empty string. Okay, that's not good, because what I was trying to do is, I want to make certain modifications and then just exit right away. I need a way to exit out of the program. So if I do this, the first three characters become 3Ds. And what I want to do here is I want to just remove the 3Ds like this, and then just end the program right here. Is there a way to do that? Or maybe I can put the once keyword on the right side. Maybe that works too. Does this work? Keyword once can only be on the left. Yeah. Hmm. How do I do it then? How about this then? I guess something like, so if I did this, then the letter D gets attached in front, right? Or rather I can just do this or something. And then I do the conversions. So DA equals DD, D equals DD, D equals DD. It's something like that, right? And then just remove this thing. This should work, right? Wait, what? Oh, I see. I need to put ones here, like ones in like all of them actually. Now it should work. Still no? Why? Oh, I got it. All right. Yeah, it looks like I need to use a different letters like this. Now this should work. Definitely. Yeah. But it is not optimized. I think I can get rid of a couple lines. At most 4 lines? 4? What? I was expecting to get rid of a couple lines, not all the way down to 4 lines. What? Looks like I did something entirely wrong. I need to think of a completely different logic then. I can't think of any simple ways to do it. I need a wild card here. Like how do you get rid of one one of any letters? Only using one line or two. Remove the first three letters. Only using four lines. What? I'm very confused. What about this one? Remove last three A's. Okay. I'm just gonna just do this one and see if I can use that knowledge to optimize the other one. So I can just do it like this, right? So just attach the fourth letter at the end, and then I just truncate them like something like this, right? So do this 3 times, and then finally I get rid of the letter D. It doesn't work? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the letter A's do not have to be all lined up at the end. So it's just all any and all occurrences of letter A's. I see. I got it. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I just put a letter, put the fourth letter in either end of the string as a delimiter, and then I just iterate it through all of the letters from the back, I guess, and then just remove letter A's if there's any. I don't know. Mm, there's something like this, I think. But how do I tell how many letter A's have been removed thus far? Hey Aaron, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this I'm not sure if I know how to do this unless there's a way to reverse the string. So reverse the string and then remove the first three A's and then reverse it back. Maybe I can do it that way. str that reverse, yeah, something like that. But but within the boundary of this language's syntax. So something like, so I put a delimiter as in as front of the string, and then I just do this, I guess. And then what now? Actually, maybe I need to put a bunch of letter D's. Like, so the input length is up to 7, so maybe I just put 8 letter D's. And then just convert everything from the right side to the left side, but while doing so, I reverse the string or something. Something like this. I think this has to work. So once this is done, I'm left with the reversed string and a bunch of letter D's at the end. Yeah? Right, so do this, and then I get rid of letter D's, and then I get rid of the first quote and unquote first 3A's, which are the last 3A's after I reverse the string back. Now do the same thing as the first 5 lines, but with a different letter. So this time use letter E, I guess. And do this. And this should work, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it works. But is it optimized? That's a different question. At most 5 lines. What the hell? Are you just progressively masking it into the right result? I don't know what you are talking about. Are you asking about the syntax? Yeah, the syntax is like, I don't know if I can explain it, but like the syntax itself is simple. So the way it works is the um you the compiler traverses across the lines until until it hits some line that can be executed, and once you find something that can execute it, you execute it, and then you go back to line 1 and then repeat the whole process until you go through the entire program, entire code without finding anything executable, and then you return whatever is currently in the stack. Or if there's a line with the return statement, you just return that instead. I kind of simplified it, but that's basically how it works. I recommend solving 4-3 before this one. Well, the whole reason why I solved this one is to get an idea to properly optimize 4-3. I guess that didn't really help me then. Yeah, this is the best I could do, and I have no idea how you can even do anywhere close to 4 lines. Mm. Actually, I know what to do. So you put three Ds in here, and you simply get rid of whatever occurrences of DA or DB or DC. Then it just keeps it's just going to keep removing the letters until there are no more letter Ds, right? Okay, that's how you do it. Got it. All right, let's see if I can make similar thing happen here. At most 5 lines though. That's way too few lines. So if I were to make a similar approach as the previous one, I guess I just attach 3 letter D's at the end and try to remove letter A bundled with the letter D or something. I don't know. Mm, okay. Okay, so instead of here's what I'm thinking. So you have 3 letter D's at the end, right? So I'm going to just move each letter D from right to the left one by one. How do I do it? By just swapping them. So if you see BD, it becomes BB. So the letter D goes one position to the left. Similarly, you do this. Yeah. So you repeat this up until you encounter a letter A. And when this happens, what you do is you simply remove that AD, right? So if you do this, then as long as there are at least 3 letter A's, all of the at least 3 A's, they will be removed. But the problem is if there are less than 3 A's, then there will be some leftover letter D's there. So you just clean that up by doing this. This should work, right? Yeah. Let's freaking go. Loop structure, an interesting solution, but it has nothing to do with my course. So for those who have not been in the stream in the beginning, basically the story is an email of back and forth between a student and the professor. The student came up with this this language called A equals B. The student also came up with the compiler for it, and professor was just not having it. So basically, the entire story is the student begging the professor to let him pass the course, and professor is like, that's not even a real language. Why should I make you pass the course? It's not good enough for me. So that's basically the premise of it, and the student is trying to add more and more features so that it gets it's deemed passable by the professor. Anyway, let's move on. 4-5 reverse. Okay, we have the reverse string. Finally, swap first letter and last letter. Okay, this is not really a reverse. You just swap the first and the last letter, right? Okay. Well, let's think. Let me think. The language makes me think of an event loop and you are just scheduling stuff. Maybe. I don't know if this has to do with the scheduling stuff though. It's just as linear as it gets in terms of executions. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to move the first letter to the end first, and before doing so, I think I need to attach two different letters, one at the start and one at the end. So I just do this. So now the string has letter D in front and letter E at the end. Now I just move the first letter to the end by bundling it with the letter D. So DA equals end A, DB equals end B, DC equals end C. So after this, the first letter will have to be moved to the end, and the second letter from the end is the letter E, and I want to move the third letter from the end. And while doing so, I need to also remove the letter E. So just do this: AE equals start A, BE equals start B, CE equals start C. This should work, right? Yeah. But the challenge says at most 7 lines, so I need to figure out how I can get rid of one of these lines. Well, here's what I can do. Instead of setting this letter E right at the end, I can just set the letter E here. This should work. Yeah, easy enough. Let's move on. At one point they would meet in the middle, right? They would if not for the keyword once. So when you use the once keyword, it only executes the line once. So after executing it once, this line is no longer being used. Nice, some fast parsing auto. Yeah, I got pretty much stuck at the palindrome, but other than that, I wasn't really stuck on anything so far. Alright, reverse to input a string of A, B, and C, output reverse input. Okay, so now I am supposed to reverse the entire thing. Let's see how well I can make that happen. So I did have a program of reversing the string before as a part of my not so efficient code for the other problem. So I can just re-implement that here. So what I did there is I just put a bunch of fourth letters, D, like 8-letter Ds, because the input can only have up to 7 letters, right? So just do this. And then just do this. This should reverse the entire string, I think. Yeah, and after that I just clean up the leftovers and we are good to go. Oh, I got on the par. It says best designer. Wait, I need to. Where's the achievement here? Best designer. Complete a level with less than minimum challenge. So I need to do this 10 times, right? I wonder what the intended solution is. Alright, let's move on. Cut 2. Remove the third letter. Alright. Just one letter, right? So put the fourth letter in front, and then I'm going to move this letter one position to the right at a time. But while doing so, I'm going to change this letter to a different one so that the lines don't get executed multiple times. So something like this. So now letter E is in between the first and the second letter. And do it one more time. Now letter F is between the second and the third letters. So all I need to do now is just remove FA or FB or FC. Well, I don't know if this is optimal though, but I think this should work. Alright, it worked, but it's not optimal. I need to reduce it down to 7 lines. So let's try and see if I can do it. I don't have an immediate idea just yet. So give me a sec. But say like if I put 3 letter D's in front and did these swap operations, how this work? So if I had something like this, either first swap these DA, and then DA again and DA again, so it becomes like this, I guess. But the thing is, I need to figure out how to make it stop at the third letter. I don't know how I can enforce that just yet. Okay, how about this? So I attach the letter D in front first, and then I do something like um DA equals DD, DB equals DVD, DC equals DCD. Mm, no, this is still not good enough. Okay, I need to think about this. This is actually not trivial. Let me think. At both 7 lines, you say. Hmm. Seven lines, huh? How many more levels? How many more levels does it have in this chapter? Okay, there are a bunch more. remove the third letter. Yeah, what I can do is, I guess, um put the letter D at the end, and then just no, this is still not like I'm trying to make it fit within 7 lines, and I can't think of a good way to execute it. I can't think of a couple logics, but they take way too many lines. So if I did this, this puts letter D between the second and the third letters, but this swaps the first and the second letters too. So I need to resolve that, and there are not enough lines to make that happen. But what if I move them to the end? If I did this, just twice, I guess. If I did this, Then first two letters get cycled to the end. So now I just get rid of the first letter of the current string, and then cycle all the way to the end or something. So do something like this or whatever. Um, and then I guess like get rid of FA or FB or FC, and then finally I clean up D, E, and F. This should work, except this is still not optimal. Okay, it's not even working. Okay. I see. It should be the other way around, right? Yeah. Yeah, that works. But like I said, I need to get it done within 7 lines. A little better than my first solution, because this one does have some avenues to be optimized, but still not good enough. Does this work? No, that doesn't work, right? Um, I might have broken the compiler. It says 1 FPS. It's lagging out. Okay, this isn't good. Like, all right, okay. I halted it. Hmm. Did you code the memory leak somehow? Yeah, looks like I did it. Okay, that works. Hmm. This is the most boring rhythm game ever. Hey Andy, welcome. Not a rhythm game. This is a puzzle game, and I had to make sure that the mechanical puzzle Discord doesn't catch this as a mechanical puzzle. Oh, I was just kidding. I played this a while ago. I wasn't able to optimize all of it though. Well, I had to optimize everything because that's the only way I can get 100% achievements. I'm playing this to get the 100% achievements, and I have to somehow figure it out. So far there has been one problem that got me stumped for a while, which is the palindrome. It's not even a difficult problem. I was just stuck so hard, and I wasn't able to figure out the alternative approach. But eventually I got it. But that particular problem took me a couple hours at least. Just in the optimization part. So this one as well, I do have a 10 line code that works, but I need to get it within 7 lines. So is the E really needed? I don't know. Probably not. Hey, Living Lives, welcome to the stream. But I added this here so that when the string finishes getting rolled over, it doesn't roll over too much. In a way, the constraints themselves are kinda hints when they are tight enough. Speaking generally, I don't remember this specific puzzle or its solution. Yeah, I know, but that's many times that's not enough of a hint. My method will work even when the input is extremely low. Well, good for you. But what I'm looking for is a 7-line solution that may or may not work for an extremely long input. I don't care about inputs of length 8 or higher as long as I can get it done within 7 lines. So if I did this, it works, right? But I still need to reduce 3 more lines. It seems to me that it can't be shorter with this method. You may be right. I don't know. I don't know if I can think of any other methods. So, okay, how about this? So I add 2 letter D's in front, and I use this to take out the first 2 letters out of the way. So something like this, right? So if I did this, then by this point, the 3rd letter has been removed. Now I just need to restore the first 2 letters, and I can do that by doing this. Okay, that's an 8-line solution. I need to reduce 1 more line, and then I'm good to go. Alternatively, I could just add them here instead, right? That can also work. Maybe, maybe not. Hold on, I need to think about it. But I think I'm on the right track. Just need to adjust something, and then I should be able to reduce one more line from this. Hmm. If only the D can just pass the first two letters somehow. Yeah, exactly. That would be nice, right? You see it? Good for you. I don't see it. Have you heard about vibe coding? It's all the rage now. I have no idea what you're talking about. I still don't see it. I still don't see it. Oh, I see it. I just do this, right? That should get rid of the eighth line. Yeah. All right, I got it. Took me long enough to realize it, but got it. 4-8 clone. Copy first three letters of the string and add them to the end of string. Okay. All right. Um, copying it says but never done the cloning so far. Need to think of something new, something I haven't done before. Well, I guess let's just start with adding the fourth letter at the start. So just do this first, and then think what I can do. There's something like, let's say, so if you see DA, I just move two of those letters in front. I don't know, something like that or something. So do this, and then I can just move these ones to the end of the string, right? So do this. So once I do this, the first three strings are reversed, so I have to revert that back. So do this again, and then do this again. So obviously this is not optimized enough, but I'm just trying to come up with some solution that can work. Okay, it doesn't even work. What am I doing? Okay, looks like I copied it one extra time somehow. Why is it copied one extra time? Maybe I need to put them in front. Wait, what? What happens if I don't have these? Wait. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. I see what's happening here. Yeah, I guess I have to use a different letter then. Something like this. It should work, but again, it's not optimized. I'll have to come up with a better solution that uses fewer number of lines. But let's see. Why does it not work? I don't understand. Okay, now it works. Okay, got it. The order of the line matters. At most 11 lines. Looks like I got the par. Maybe it can be optimized further, but I'm just gonna move on from for the time being. Loop structure. As you know, many students are not interested in what kind of code would save a line when converted to machine code or anything like that. We chose compiling principles only because it is a required course. When faced with each project, most people would choose to find some code from the internet or ask for help from previous students. At least I did my project alone, and my solution is kind of creative. If you can tolerate that kind of students, why can't you tolerate me? Additional note, I did it alone not because of academic ethics. My relationships are just too bad that I can't find anyone to help. Oh man, that's so sad. Well, let's continue. Input a string of A, B, and C. Output replace each A with B. Replace each B with A. I see. We are swapping between two different letters. Well, there's an obvious approach to this. Since the input can only have up to 7 letters, there's a very easy to implement brute force approach here. So so we first convert letter A's into a temporary letter 7 times, and then we convert letter B's into letter A's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and finally we convert the temporary letters into letter B. That's a 21 line code. Wait, that doesn't work? What? Why? Replace each A with B, replace each B with A, right? Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Looks like this brute force approach doesn't actually work. Not all 7 activate the first time around. Yeah, that's what I just saw. All right, let's try to solve it. Like actually solve this. All right. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Well, I guess I can do the iteration approach, right? So what I can do here is I first feed the input with a bunch of letter D's. And as I iterate through each of the letters from the first, just do this, right? And then just clean up the leftovers. It doesn't work? I thought that has to work. What did I do wrong? Oh, I see. I forgot to add the delimiter at the end. It should work now. Yeah. Alright. But it says add most 5 lines. I need to get rid of 2 of these lines. Let's see if I can figure that out. I think I can figure it out. Just do this, right? That should work. Oh, that saves 1 line, so it's 6 line code, but I need to save 1 more line from this. Hmm. I don't immediately see how I can save one more line from this. If I move these to the start, then I can get rid of the letter E's, but I'll have to redo the reversing part. So this does work, I think. Why does it not work? Right, I have to move them to the end. So this should work, but it's suboptimal. I have to optimize it. Remove each letter at an odd position. Maybe I try this first. Maybe I'll think of an optimization idea while solving this. You know what? I can just do it like this, right? And then just move them to the end or something. This should work. Yeah. But the question is it good enough? Not good enough. I need to reduce 2 more lines from this. Okay, what if I did this? So do this, remove D and E, and then I add the letter E's once more to reverse it one more time. Well, it's back to 10 lines again, so that didn't actually reduce the number of lines at all. Hmm. So far, I do not have a clue to optimize it. Okay, let me move on and see if I can find something better. I mean, if I can figure out a better approach by solving the future levels. Okay, what is this? Repeat the input string. Okay, sounds simple enough. So say if I added two letter D's in here, or like one F, one E, and one D or something. Hmm. So what I want to do here is so DA becomes something like EAAD or something. So so the letter D moves up by one position, so that it can repeat the process with the next letter. So we need to decide what happens on the other side. Mm, if we did this, I can just move EA to the end, right? And and then just repeat the process. Maybe I need to add one more delimiter at the end to do that, and then so DB becomes EBBD, and EB becomes I move this at the end, and then lastly I get rid of D and F, and that should solve it. I don't know if it's optimized, but I think it's one approach that works. So we start by adding one letter in front and another letter at the end, and then for every letter that follows the letter D, I turn it into, so for example, DA becomes EAAD, DB becomes EBBD, and EC becomes ECCD, right? And then EA becomes and A, EB becomes and B, EC becomes and C. And then lastly, I clean up the leftovers. So we get rid of D, we get rid of F. It should work, I think. Let's see. It doesn't work. Why? CBA ABC. Looks like I accidentally reverse the order of the repeated version of the string. Let me see. What if I just move them here? Okay, now it works. All right, and looks like I need to reduce one line from here. Hopefully, it's not too difficult. Yeah, I can just do this, right? That should do it. Yeah, simple enough. That one was a quick part. And let's move on to be or not to be. What is the output for this one? If at least one B occurs, replace each A with B. Otherwise, replace each A with C. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So I think we need to replace one of the B's with some other letter attached to it. So something like this. So now if D exists, that means there's at least one B, right? So, and the reason why I bothered doing this is because now I can replace this with any prefix that I want. So something like E, yeah. And after this, I attach the other prefixes. So those are for the case where the letter B doesn't exist. Now we just traverse each of them. So EA becomes and B. Well, I guess B attached letter G here, and EB becomes and DB. C becomes and GC. Similarly, I do the same thing with the F's, but in here I replace each A with C instead. And here I don't need to worry about converting the FBs because they don't exist by definition. Now at the end of all that, I clean everything up and we should be good to go. Let's see if this works. Here we go. All right, working. At most 9 lines. I need to reduce 3 lines from here. Easy clap. Not easy clap just yet. I need to optimize it. You know what? We don't have letter D anymore, so that one can be removed. Now, now I need to save 2 more lines from it. Maybe I don't need to have the letter F's. Maybe I can just do this. Looks like it's infinite looping. Yeah, I see what's happening. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure anymore how I can optimize this. Yeah, I don't see it just yet. I don't see the way just yet. Hmm. So this works, but I still need to figure out how to get rid of two lines from here. Maybe I just do the reverse instead of um rotating. So something like this. I don't know. So do this and then I simply add the ease one more time, and then I clean it up or something. It's still 11 lines though, but it does work. Yeah, I don't see it. So there are three overpart problems that I haven't resolved just yet. Let's just move on and see if I can get any intuitions from from doing the other problems. So what is this one? Return the letter in the center. Input length is odd. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I can just like move the first letter over to the end. Or something. Okay, actually, you know what? I think I need to think about it a little bit. I can already think of many ways this can go wrong. So say we have ABC and like what if I just move the first letter over to the last and I don't know, just place them like this. Or like this, I don't know. Hmm. If I did this, then if I move, and I supposed I get rid of CD and AFD, so like any D and any FD or something. What if there are 5 letters here? Mm, and I guess we can convert AE into Fs, B into Fs, C into Fs, and finally FA into nothing, FB into nothing, FC into nothing. So if we repeat these steps, it will strip away the first and the last letters of the string every time it traverses over. So after all of that, I guess the only thing I need to do now is just clean up the leftover letters. So we remove these and we remove E's and we remove X. Okay, that did not work. Why? Maybe I had to do it like this. The ordering matters, I guess. Yeah, the ordering matters. All right, at most 10 lines, 3 lines over par. Okay, let's see if I can optimize it then. Okay, F can like this. Like we don't actually have leftover Fs, right? We can remove this, right? Yeah. Two more lines to go. There may be a better logic to do it more efficiently, or maybe I'm using the correct logic, but I just need to implement it differently. Okay, how about this? Maybe I can just do it like a sandwich. So we we place a bunch of forced letters in the beginning and in the beginning and in the ending, and I just strip away each end of the string until there's only one letter remaining. So something like, so the input length is up to 7, right? So I can just do it like FED. All right, and then I can do it like the remove DA. Wait, no. Hold on. Okay, this is actually not going to work the way that I expected it to be, because the moment it hits a line that can be executed, it goes back to line 1. So I can't really do the alternate, like I can't really remove the first letter and then the last letter and then first and the last. I can't really alternate like that. I have to come up with something, some other ways to make that happen. Oh no, this is still not it. Okay. Okay. Apparently I can get rid of, apparently the letter D's are not, like I don't see the letter D's anymore. Yeah, understandable. Okay. That makes sense. All right, just one more line to reduce then. Mm, if I just converted converted the letter D's into stars instead, this is going to infinite loop, right? It's not gonna end, right? Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I can just get rid of. I can just leave only three D's remaining because I need to return the center and the input length only goes up to 7, so I can't. So I only need to strip the first and the last letters up to 3 times. So this also works. It's not like that's gonna help in any way though. What if I did this? If I did that, then it becomes like this, I guess. Does it even make sense? Yeah, I guess that doesn't work then. Okay. So back to this. Wow. Just one more line though. But I don't know if my logic is correct or I need to just start over. Like, it could be that this is as far as you can go with this particular logic, and I need to come up with a different one, right? You never know. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's I've been streaming for quite some time today, and my brain has been fuming for a while. Like, I should probably stop right now. Like, I could go on, but I don't think I am my brain is in a state where I can solve things efficiently, right? So I think I'm just gonna call it today. I mean, I did make quite some progress. I finished chapter 1, 2, and 3, and I have a couple levels that I have yet to optimize in chapter 4. I'll try to get them resolved next time. But yeah, I think I played enough today. It's been 8.5 hours. My brain hurts, man. I also need to have some meal. So anyway, I hope you guys just enjoyed watching me struggle or something. I don't know. But yeah, thank you everyone for visiting. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you have a great rest of the day. I'll continue with this during the next stream. Tomorrow I'll be playing PMS, so it's gonna be the day after. Actually, the day after tomorrow I'll be doing the 3D packing puzzles. So it's gonna have to wait for another day. And hopefully when I get back to it, I have fresh enough mind to figure out some more optimizations that I wasn't able to find this stream. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you everyone. I need to get some meal. Alright, bye bye.